Yes, good morning. I guess we'll start with our session, and for the ones that weren't here yesterday, my name is Norman Shorting, and I uh, I worked a lot with First Nation people, and I used to work for Child and Family Services, and I was saying yesterday that I kind of stopped and think about my people, the Aboriginal people, and I wanted to do more rather than apprehend their kids and go to court and try to get orders and for the children. So I used to feel bad, like for years and years. So one day I came across uh, addictions. So I decided to get into addiction so I can try to help these people. So that's one of the reasons that I got into uh, doing addiction workshops. And I don't work for anybody. I work for myself. I'm completely independent. And when I'm not doing workshops, then I go and play music. It's just a way for me to survive. And I try to enjoy life, as much as I can. Life is so short. My mother-in-law died about a month ago, and she knew she was going to die, and I guess she wrote on a piece of paper. She wrote to me and my wife. She wrote there, "Love each other, enjoy life, love one another. Life is short." That's what she put there. So. When my wife was cleaning up her room, she found that letter addressed to myself and my wife. So that's what I'm telling you. Life is short, so be good to one another. And I always say that, I meet a lot of homeless people because I live in a city, and I usually try and help them. You know, I'm not a rich person, but I try and help them however I can. And I feel sorry for them. Some of them probably saw that they live in these little tents, and it gets really cold. And I always wonder how do they survive. And I always feel like so guilty when I don't help them. And they need help. And so by doing addictions and maybe one day they'll wake up and they'll live a better life, better way of life. So we'll get started with our workshop. Leonard is here, so Leonard always knows my questions. So we have a little. I have a little quiz for you again. I went to university and I took psychology. And they used to ask me all these questions, and what they were focusing on was us humans, we kind of think like this. And so what they were trying to do is to think like this, right? Not like this. So that's what they were focusing on. So I can see their point. So when people have a problem. A lot of times the answer is very simple. So we did some quizzes before we closed off yesterday, but I have one for you. So I want whoever to give me an answer. Leonard, this is for you. Okay, who has the answer? Not you, Alan. Put your hand down. All right, Leonard has the answer. Your brakes, he said. Who else had the answer? I wonder if we can have somebody turn out the lights on this side so you can see the screen better. I don't know if a colleague wants to say a few words. Alan, did you want to say a few words before we start?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alan again. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, I'm helping this gentleman right here to do these sessions, and lots of fun so far. I'm enjoying it. Just to let you know that I'm a former counselor. I used to work at the Native Addictions Council in Winnipeg, Manitoba, and my job there was to be an outreach counselor, where we all dealt with all the clients that came in at first thing in the morning, to register for courses and stuff like that. So we had a 4-week program running for the people that were living in Winnipeg, and we had another program running upstairs in NACM. That was the residential program, it was called. And the people up there were clients also, and they came from out in the communities. So they'd come from almost anywhere in Manitoba. Some of them came from Ontario. So we had those programs running, and we'd all each do different things with the group, like different presentations. We started our day with a smudge and prayer, and the smudge was passed around to each person, and they'd smudge themselves to purify themselves. And then we'd all go our separate ways. We'd go downstairs with our group. The upstairs would go with their groups, and they would do their sessions, and we'd do ours. It was rewarding for me in the sense that I enjoy working with people. I've always tried to be a people person, because I always try to be good to people, and this way, it's easier to sit and talk with people. Doing one-on-one appointments with the clients was really something that I enjoyed. Of course, I enjoyed the group work too. I used to have fun with them, and of course there'd be the fun part, and of course there'd be mostly the serious work that we had to do with the groups. So that's basically what I did. I'm a former teacher, taught in a number of schools, Winnipeg School Division being one of them. I also taught in Lake Manitoba. I taught in Lake St. Martin. These I forget where else I've been. Oh, I've been to Alberta also, where I taught for 2 years, 3 years, I think. Worked in the Catholic school system there and taught grade 7. So that's basically what I do. I thought I was having a lot of fun with the kids, you know, in my classrooms every year. And but being an addictions counselor, I found it more rewarding. Like I was, you know, closer to the people. You know, I was able to talk with them, and they were, you know, good people. You know, although they had, you know, number of problems that, you know, mostly drugs, mostly alcohol. And you know, people are people, and everybody's good. So that's what I found out about me working as an addictions counselor. Okay, Mikoch, I say thank you in my language.
Well, thank you, Alan. Anyway, I said yesterday I'm mad at Alan because you know, the people that they didn't want downstairs, they would send them upstairs. So we'll get started with our presentation. This is about crystal meth, and what I've come across is crystal meth is one of the most hardest drugs that anybody can get off of. It kind of seems like when people are doing crystal meth, you know, they'll never stop. Unfortunately, that in my research, in my studies, I found crystal meth is one of the most hardest drugs that people can get off of. And, you know, it's sad, like, you know, this is happening in my community too. People overdosing and meth, crystal meth. And in this presentation, you'll see some photos. I usually change my presentations every time. So kind of won't be kind of the same one, but it'll be focused on meth, crystal meth. So crystal meth, like, you know, I dealt with a lot of people that were on meth. I took them to the psychiatric ward. Before that happens, I got to take them to the hospital. So the doctor is the one that puts them in the psychiatric ward. So that's how, like, you know, you have to go through these channels. So sometimes we would be sitting, waiting for the doctor, like, you know, sometimes 4 hours, 6 hours, waiting for the doctor. And meanwhile, I got a person, like, you know, next to me that thinks people want to kill him. They're hiding, they're laying down, and these are adults. And so sometimes people will look at me, and sometimes a security guard will come there and say, well, that's why we're here. So sometimes the police, if this person was really bad, then the police will come, so they'll put us in a room. So in a little room, this person will lose it because now we're in a little room, and a lot of times the police had to handcuff them because, you know, they can hurt me or they can hurt the policeman, or they can try and run away. But usually the police, they used to sit by the door, and these people would see things. And a lot of times when I went home, I would think the things that these people see, and sometimes they dig in their flesh, even on their legs. They're trying to dig out worms. They think that they have worms in there, so they try and dig them out. And I've seen all that stuff, like, you know, what they do when they hide, and, oh, that person is trying to kill me. He's got a gun. Like, you know, all these things. And I I used to feel so bad when I think about them. Why would a person want to do that to themselves, right? If you think about it, why? You know, why take these drugs? As I was saying yesterday, I like having a cup of coffee in the morning. Before I go to bed, I usually have a cup of tea. And I feel good, like, you know, having a cup of coffee in the morning. But we'll get started with our presentation. And, you know, crystal meth has been around for a long time. Anybody know how long crystal meth has been around? Crystal meth has been around since World War II. Again, it was a government, our government, that made crystal meth. And why did they do that? So the soldiers, the army can stay up longer, they'll be alert. We're going to look at all that. And they're not going to get hungry. So if you look at people that do crystal meth, they're very, very skinny. And I've seen them. I've seen many, many people like that and coming to the treatment, and a lot of times they don't complete their program. I was telling Mr. Moore there, he used to work downstairs. Sometimes when we have a graduation, we'll have 5 people that graduated. You know, we'll start off with like 30 people, sometimes 40 people, 35, and only 5, 6 people will graduate. So we'll get started with our presentation. I was saying from Second World War, meth has been around for a long time. In this photo, I decided to use blue meth. It comes in many different colors. Comes in red, comes in clear form, and comes in like purple, like, you know, like pinkish. It comes in many, many colors. So this doesn't only come in one color, it comes in yellow. So as I was saying, the government, again, they're the ones that made meth, crystal meth. The fancy word for it, methamphetamine. So it increases alertness and decreases appetite. And people don't sleep. When people do meth, they don't sleep. There's one that I found that was recorded doing meth. He didn't sleep for 28 days. 28. Just imagine somebody not sleeping for 28 days. You know, even if I don't have a proper sleep overnight, like, you know, if I wake up in the middle of the night, I can't really function that well, you know, and just a few hours, right? But just imagine somebody 28 hours, 28 days, 28 days not sleeping. That's a long time. Just imagine the psychosis they're going through. My brother told me one time he didn't sleep for, they were drinking or something, alcohol. So he said that he didn't sleep for 2 days. And then he said, I was starting to see things. So I was laughing at him. But just imagine people not sleeping for 5 days, you know, 10 days. And the funny thing is, when they do sleep, they sleep for 3 or 4 days straight. So meth can come in powder form, in crystal tablets, rock-like chunks, crystals. I've seen it, like, people buy it in, sometimes they buy it in chunks. So it can be snorted, injected, they can eat it, they can even smoke it. So they do many, many things with it. You're going to be surprised what chemicals are used to make crystal meth. I'm sure some of you know how, kind of have an idea how people make it. But some people don't know, and for the ones that don't know, you're going to be surprised the stuff that they use to make crystal meth. So usually when they do make meth, crystal meth, when they're cooking meth in a house, after that nobody can live in that house. It's so toxic that nobody's allowed to live in that house. It would be very dangerous for somebody to live there. So in Winnipeg, what they usually do is they destroy that house. They tear down that house because there's crystal meth that's being cooked in there. So some of the street names, again, for crystal meth, like I said, I used to work in a treatment center. And the best ones to ask, what are the street names, are the people that are using it. Those are the best people to ask. And they're smart. They're very smart. Very, very smart people. They know all the code names for their little drugs, right? I guess they use these code names so they don't get, so the police don't know what they're talking about, maybe. So they have all these code names. So here are some of the code names. The most familiar one is jib. I've heard that a lot when I work in a treatment center. The jib, that's a really good one. Or sometimes when I play in nightclubs, somebody will tell me, well, he's not here because they're on jib, like meaning meth, right? So that's all the names: crystal meth, rock, speed, dope, peach, chalk, ish. That's another common one, ish. That's a really common one that they use in the city, ish. So sometimes when you go to the city, somebody will approach you and they'll ask, hey, you want to buy ish, or you want to buy jib? So here are more names: glass, Dina, crank, ice. So all these names, all the street people, they know all these names. Like I said, when they come for treatment, then I would ask them, hey, what are the street names? We would have a discussion on street names, and of course I would write them down, because they know that they're the people that know, they're the people that are using it. They give me more names, but it was too many to list. But they have all these different names for their drugs. So sometimes when people are talking, even when you go to Thompson, like, they know these names because they go back and forth, right? Winnipeg, Thompson. Anybody have any questions? Peach, I like that one, peach. So those are some of the names, these are not all of them, they have a variety of names. There was another one that Fire Rocket. So I asked them, how come you call it Fire Rocket? Then they said there's usually a little bit of fentanyl mixed in there. So it gives them a bigger rush. One of the girls that came to a treatment center, she told me that she had bad arthritis. She said, I couldn't open doorknobs. So I guess her boyfriend gave her some meth. And she said, after that, I was okay, and I could open doors. And then she asked me, how come? And I kind of laughed at her. You don't know? She said, no, that meth healed me. No, it didn't. I said, it drugged you. Right? She was on drugs, so she couldn't feel the pain because she was drugged up. So that's how she got in there, hooked into meth. Her boyfriend, it's usually a partner that hooks their partner into doing drugs with them. So it's unfortunate, it's sad, like, you know, if I love somebody, I don't think that I would engage them into something like that. Then it gets worse, you know, it gets worse and worse. People that are on drugs, they need money. Like, for example, meth is not expensive, it's cheap. You know, $5 a hit. But then you count it, like you start counting how many $5, right, in a day. If you start to count it, how many $5 will you spend on meth? And it gets more and more money. This is my favorite. How is crystal meth made? Anybody? Leonard, wake up. Tell me how meth is made. Nail polish remover. Paint thinner. Extremely flammable. You know, sometimes these people blow up. Like, you know, you hear that there was a big fire in at a house. Oh, thank you. So sometimes these places blow up because these things are extremely flammable. Lithium used in batteries. You know, battery acid, right? Just imagine somebody putting that in their system. And, you know, I didn't make this up. If you don't believe me, you can do the research yourself. Yeah, like, you know, you don't have to take my word for it. Look it up on the internet. How is meth made? Toluene. Using brake fluid. Can you imagine somebody putting that in their system? Brake fluid, acid, detergent found in cold medicine. What I saw was they use that neocitrin, that cold medicine. That's what they like using, that neocitrin. Like I said, the people that came into for treatment, they know exactly, like, you know, what chemicals are used. As I was saying, they're very smart people. Like, you know, I always told them, if you can use this talent into a positive way rather than using it in a negative way, you know, you would have a good life. But that's not what they choose. They choose rather to live an unhealthy life, you know, corrupt life. unfortunately. Red fourth, yes. Sodium, again, sulfuric acid, and these are some of the chemicals. Camping fluid. What else is in there that's not on our board there? Rock salt. See all the chemicals that are poisonous. Even Ajax, they use Ajax, to clean your washroom or something. Ajax, that's what they use. And then they cook it. And just imagine, those chemicals going into somebody's body. It's pretty sad, eh? When you think about it, all that stuff going into like brake fluid. Just imagine brake fluid in your system. A body is very, very strong. And, a body can tolerate a lot of things. We have strong bodies. But once your body starts to break down with these chemicals, it will break down. One of the pictures, organized crime cooking meth, right? But some people don't care. They don't have suits like that. This is organized crime. So some people like that, they don't have suits. And they just cook it like that with their kids around in the house. And the strange thing is they're cooking the meth, and then their hair starts to turn blonde. And the kids too, their hair starts to turn blonde, from the chemical. And as I was saying, you don't have to take my word for it. You can do the research, and you'll find, what I'm saying is the truth. This is a very powerful chemical, and usually people start to have blonde hair. He dyes their hair from in the house, right? They don't have to use that stuff. So it's amazing that what people will do. I don't know, maybe to make money or to have a high. But I would never think, personally, I would never think of trying to hurt somebody, in that way, just so I can have a few dollars. I would never think like that. I love, people. We have a lot of great people, and I would never think of gaining financially by hurting somebody. But obviously these people don't care. So crystal meth, ready for the streets. Again, it's blue there, but I was saying it comes in yellow, comes in clear form, comes in green. I've seen it in green. I've seen it in darker color, like dark brown. And I was saying they can inject it. As I was saying, they're smart, right? They know how to make it into liquid form. Then they crush it. I think John was the one who said that they crush their drugs. It's true. They do. They do all kinds of things. They have many, many ways how they can take it. So they crush it, they snort it. Unfortunately, I seen a young man from my hometown, and And sometimes, like, you kind of laugh, like, not laugh at the person, but sometimes you find it funny, like, because even for myself, I like to joke, not to hurt somebody, but sometimes we have to have humor with work, right? So this young man, he's about 30 years old. He's not that old. He was doing mess so much that he burnt his nose. This wasn't, the middle part wasn't there anymore. And this wasn't there anymore. The sides and the middle part wasn't there anymore. Just his nose was there, like, so as a joke, I told my daughters, hey, I said, I seen that guy riding on a four-wheeler. He was driving so fast, they said his nose was flapping like this, but, that wasn't true. I just, told that to my daughters so they can laugh. But sometimes, like, you just have to laugh sometimes, like, the extent what people do to themselves, right? Like, that they hurt themselves. And that's true. This young man, he burnt those sides. He burnt the middle part. And that's really, really sad. A nice-looking young man, 30 years old, young. Why would somebody do that to themselves? So I always say drugs, it's all about money. As I was saying that, they don't care about children. They don't care about older people, that they have to deal with their younger kids. But I always feel sorry for children. When I was working for Child and Family Services, the people that were on drugs, they were sleeping on the kids' beds, and the children were sleeping in the basement on the floor. And we apprehended. We had to go in and apprehend. We got a phone call from the police. And another sad thing is that there was bed bugs in the home, and the children were getting all bit and everything. And it's always the children that suffer when people do drugs. It's always the children that suffer in the end. And this is really serious. It's really serious stuff. Like, in our communities, you probably have it here. I have it in my community. It's a big problem. In my community, they're starting to find needles now. So what they told me was it's come to a point where they hired somebody to go around in the reserve and collect needles because they're starting to find needles. My brother called me about a couple of weeks ago. He called me. Then he said, hey, he said, my son is starting to do needles. What do I do with him? Well, not much, right? You can't really force somebody to go into treatment. They have to do it willingly. And another sad thing, my sister also, she didn't see her daughter now for probably going on 10 years. She's on the street someplace, and she's doing meth. And from what I can remember her when she was a little girl, she was beautiful. And she had a good job. One day, she just started doing drugs, and she had a good job. And sometimes I wonder what more people would want. Like, I need good health. What more can I want? But anyway, we'll take a 15-minute break, and if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer your questions. Thank you.
There's also fruit in a pack, cinnamon buns over here, coffee. Audrey's been busy making coffee all morning. We'll do some draws. Yura? 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 So those of you that are listening at home, there's rides being provided. Just call 359-4245, the TAP office. So the number for rides to come to the multiplex, to the workshop, you can call 359-4245 to the Health Division TAP office. So call there. There's still lots of chairs here, empty chairs. You can come. We provide lunch. Today's lunch is, I can't even remember, beef stew for today. So, prize for, do they choose? Okay. You get to pick a prize. So the first number is, last four numbers, 6020. 6020, the last four numbers. Six zero two zero. Okay. Shailene, pick a ticket. Pick whatever. Huh? 6030. 6030. Oh, here comes a girl. Pick anyone you want. Those are okay. So pick another ticket. Girl. So this one is for a gift card, $50 gift card, 6036. 6036, $50 gift card. I do have them out in a vehicle, so, but bring your ticket up. Christine Anderson. Okay, I'll get it once the guy, Norman, starts presenting. I'll go give it to you. Okay, we have more gift cards to give away for those of you that are back at home. We do have prizes too to give away today, tomorrow, and the next day. So come out and come and listen to the presentations, because the alcohol and the drugs, mostly drugs, were affected in our community. And it's not everybody, but it's affecting a lot of families, especially the children, like Norman said earlier. It's the money is going to the drug dealers, then the money should be going to the kids, not to the drug dealers. So by saying that, I hope whoever's listening today, to share what you hear today. Share with your family, your daughter, your son, your grandchildren, and also you parents, to take in the message and the information that's being shared with us today, yesterday, today, tomorrow, and the next day. It's very this is very important, this information that's being brought forth to us for our community. We need our community to start to heal. And in order for our community to heal, is that we need to work together. We need to come as one. Help us out as the community health and wellness workers. We only have 4 at the present time. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 4. And that's not even enough to cover the whole Norway House, the population of Norway House, because we have a big population. We have a growing population here in Norway House Cree Nation. Our community is growing. And the other thing that's growing is the drug activity is growing. So we're trying to maintain it, we're trying to stop, but we need the community to help us. We need to come together and help each other. Because I don't like seeing the families hurting. I don't like seeing the children hurting, especially the children, the little ones. Those are the ones that are affected big time. We go to homes. Some of the homes don't have table and chairs. Their furniture, they're selling their fridges, their stoves, washer and dryers, their beds, anything. And that shouldn't be happening. The stuff you have in your home are for your children to use, not for a drug dealer to go stash them somewhere else. Those stuff that are given to you by social, the stuff that are being given to you from Jordan Principle, and the stuff that are given to you from any other organization, you know that's for your children to use, not for somebody else to go sell them for a higher price or a lower price. So with that, I wanted to share this because it's in our hearts to help people in our community, but we can only do so much as the community health and wellness program. So this is why I wanted to share with you guys, with everyone, and I knew that it was on live stream today. I wasn't here yesterday, but I am here today. I had to escort my daughter out for an appointment, so I really wanted to be here today. So I asked for us to be put on a flight this morning. So with that, I want to thank you for the ones that are here today. Thank you. And the ones that were here yesterday, thank you very much for being here and listening and taking in the information. I hope you share it with your families, your girlfriends, your boyfriends, your parents, your siblings, and your grandparents. And the grandparents, I hope for those of you that are listening, I hope you talk to your young ones, your daughters, your son, your grandchildren. And for your sons and daughters, for the ones that are parents, to parent their children. It's sad to see for the children to be out and about all hours of the night. We see that. And they should be at home, and you should know where your child is at all times. It's sad to see the little ones outside, and the young ones hanging out around Niskaview area or wherever else they like to hang out. And those of you that allow children to hang out, the young people in your homes, I hope that you're hearing this, that we don't want to allow that to continue happening. We don't want our children and our young people to get hurt anymore. We don't want our community to fail. We want our community to heal. So which is why we will keep on bringing individuals. We will share information with you in any way possible we can. And also I wanted to personally welcome Norman back to our community. He was here last year. He brought a new partner. He introduced himself this morning. His name is Christopher Moore. and it's Moar. He might be a relation to the Moors here. We don't know, maybe. You never know. But then I want to extend my appreciation to the staff that got things ready. Thank you very much. And also to the participants that thank you for being here today and yesterday. And I hope you come back again tomorrow and bring a friend or friends, bring your family with you tomorrow. So with that, we'll continue the presentations, and I'll call Norman back. So thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lucy. So Lucy was saying that people sell their things. I've seen a lot in Winnipeg because I live in Winnipeg, and I had the privilege of trying to help these people that are on drugs. A friend of mine from my community, she called me one time, and then she said, "Hey, I'm selling washer and dryer." So I said, "What's your address?" So she gave me her address. And I noticed that, she was black here, and, her pupils, they look kind of big, and these are, I'm really good at spotting people because I worked on with addicts so long. I kind of know what they look like when I see them. So right away I knew that she was on something. So we go inside, and the house is all messy, and then we went in the basement. That's where her washer and dryer were. Then I'm looking at that place. Then I said, "Hey," I said, "are you renting?" She said, "I rent this place." That was a townhouse. So I kind of put two and two together. That wasn't her washer and dryer. That belonged to the person that she was renting from. So I said, "Well, I'll think about it." So I didn't buy them. So always keep in mind, like I said, don't think like this. Think like this. Not to judge somebody, but to be alert. To always be cautious. Not only that, today there's many scammers. You've probably got a phone call. It was scammers. So just be careful. That there's many things out there. So anyway, getting back to our presentation, before we ended, I was saying that, just because I'm a counselor doesn't mean my family, my extended family are okay. No, we have that problem too. As I was saying, sometimes these people call me chief. Chief sometimes call me chief and counsel. Hey, this is what's happening in our community. What do you think it is? Well, I don't really know, right? And there's so many forms of different drugs. So I usually give them ideas, the main one is fentanyl, and now all the organized crime, they're mixing fentanyl, as we learned yesterday, into these other drugs. So my brother called me and he said that my son is starting to do needles now. Well, he can only go for treatment when he's ready. When these people are not ready, it's not worth it. They have to come to a dead end. And I was saying before we ended, my sister didn't see her daughter for about 10 years now. Going on 10 years. And it's sad. She's on meth, crystal meth. That's what she's on. And her brother's seen her, and he said her teeth are starting to fall out. And it's sad. Nothing that we can do, nothing that I can do. We can try to help these people as much as we can, and sometimes it's a losing battle, unfortunately. They can only help themselves when they're ready. And again, treatment centers. I think there's a 3-month wait. You can't just send somebody for treatment right away. Sometimes there's a 3-month wait. Anyway, our presentation. So we ended off at drugs is all about money, which is true. Demographics of the body. So meth has no limits. You know, as I was saying in Sonomia, like, sometimes these people don't sleep for days and days and days. They have strange sleeping patterns, aggressive behavior. So whenever somebody's on meth, be careful, because these people are very aggressive. And a lot of times they have a knife. I was laughing. I went and got my medication. I usually get my medication on Main Street. I like going there, then just to be nosy, right? Like, I see all these people, and sometimes I see stuff there that's not very good, so I go inside. The girl working in a pharmacy there, she showed me a big knife. I guess somebody left a bag there. She said, "Look what we found." There was a big knife there. So, but she was a Caucasian then, so she found that strange that somebody would carry around with a big knife. But us Aboriginal people who were we're used to that kind of stuff, right? Well, at least I am anyway. I've seen so much of it. So anyway, in Sonomia, these people have a strange sleeping pattern. They don't sleep. Aggressive behavior, paranoia. They think people want to kill them. This is why this drug is so dangerous. It gives them all these psychosis, and this is why it's dangerous to engage in these people. And as I was saying, a lot of people call me, and there was one mother that called me. She said, "I'm losing my stuff." She said, "My son is stealing it," and that's gonna. I told her that's gonna keep on happening. She said, "What do I do?" Well, sometimes I think it's called tough love. Eventually she will lose everything. And I told her I wouldn't allow him in the house. It's sad. I know women, they love their children so much. Women, I always say women are more stronger than men, mentally. So women are very, very special. They're strong people. And, they have more love than men can ever imagine, So I really respect women for all the love that they provide. They're very good. My mother, no matter how bad I was, she would always hug me and kiss me. So, decreased appetite. As I was saying, these people, they don't eat. So when you do see these meth users, they're skinny. They're really, really skinny. Some of the people that I knew, they were big. Once they started using meth, they lost weight. And, so slurred speech, dizziness, confusion, hallucinations, obsessive behavior, depression, panic attacks. As I was saying, I took a lot of these people. I took many, many people to emergency. Or sometimes I would meet the police there. So we had to enroll these people into the psychiatric ward. And they see things they see many things. Sometimes they see little people. Sometimes they see people crawling on the ceiling. So you could just imagine what they're going through, and the fear. You can see the fear in their eyes. You know, sometimes they see a burning flame, and then they jump up and they say, "Hey, it's burning there!" Like, you know, it's really sad. Like, you know, that the things that they see, and when you see this, it makes you think. Like, and after you go home, or sometimes at night when you're going to bed, you think about these things. Like, you know, I wonder what they see. Like, you know, the things that they see, the things that they tell you that they see. And then sometimes they crawl around, you know, they're hiding from just people in general. They're hiding. My one child that I know, he's about 14. They lost their mom for a few days. They didn't know where she was. So they went to check the laundry or something. I guess they needed some clothes, and they were looking at some dirty laundry, and their mom was hiding in the laundry. And then they found their mom hiding in the laundry. She was hiding, like, you know, she was on meth, right? So, you know, that the things that children go through. And really, psychology, like, you know, what does it do to them psychologically? You know, think about it. As I was saying yesterday, I got kidnapped from the hospital when I was 8 years old. And it did something to me mentally. You know, you don't really think about it. When I was about 14, 15, I started drinking. And then even before then, when I was younger, I used to steal horses for the fun of it. After I ride them, and I would let them go, then they would probably go home. That's where I got my Indian name from, Windwalker. So, because I used to always steal horses all the time, and they were trying to catch this person stealing horses. But what I'm saying is, because I got kidnapped, I had all these mental issues. I guess I didn't really know it at the time. When I got older, I started drinking, and I was like angry. And when I got older, you know, I was telling Mr. Moore here that one time I didn't see my mother for 10 years. Why? You know, how come I didn't see her for 10 years? I didn't call her. I didn't, you know, it's hard to explain. I didn't see my mom for 10 years. I didn't phone her, and yet I had a cell phone. And anyway, because there was something wrong with me mentally, I guess, you know. And my mom loved me. Oh, my mom she was a good cook. We always had clean clothes when I was a little boy. My mom didn't drink or anything. We always had clean clothes. We always had a clean bed, and we always had lunch, something to eat. And yet, when I was older, I lost track of my mom. I didn't see my mom for 10 years. And I always wonder, I didn't see my siblings for a long time. The one brother I did see, because we played music, and I was in the States, and like Mr. Moore said, for some reason I moved around too. I was in Toronto, I was in Alberta. You know, I guess there was something wrong with me mentally. You know, when you think about it, now that I think about it, you know, when I got kidnapped, you know, that must have did something to me. So getting back, muscular uh, problems, mouth, grinding teeth, dilated pupils, muscular, jerky movements. You know, when these people do meth, they do something to their nerves. So you'll see them, like, you know, once, like, you know what you're looking for, right? Once you know what you're looking for, you'll know right away. You know, sometimes people, they constantly go like this, or if they have long hair, they'll go like this, or if they have jerky movements like this, or not just on the neck, but on the arm. Like, you know, they have all these movements, right? You'll notice once you, like, you know, you see this presentation, not to jump to conclusions, but they're very obvious. Like, you know, it's very obvious because now you know what you're looking for, right? So respiratory problems, again, they have all these, because meth attacks everything, as we saw, all the junk they put in their brake fluid, right? Battery acid going into your system. Just imagine what that stuff does to you in your system. Like, you know, what brake fluid, oh my God, like, you know, brake fluid can, you know, even if you taste it, right? Well, I never tasted it, but you know, it would be terrible. So kidney damage, liver damage, heart attack, chest pain, rapid heart rate. One of the things, again, is because meth, it'll increase your blood pressure. And I always say, you know, when you're blowing on a balloon, it gets bigger and bigger, right? So once that balloon, if you keep on blowing it, it's going to bust. And so the same thing happens to your veins. You know, when you have high blood pressure, like, you know, there's so much pressure that eventually something breaks someplace, or sometimes in the head. And this is when people get a stroke, you know, or abscess veins, they break. And that could be life-threatening also. So crystal meth can cause many, many things, like, you know, mental issues, heart attacks. It's all in here. Eyes, skin, muscles, liver, heart. That's some of the things in the brain. After this, we're going to see a little video. So depression, delusions, hallucinations, obsessive behavior, uncontrolled movement. That's what I was saying, you know, the jerky movements, or sometimes they go like this, or on their leg. They have all kinds. Paranoia, high tolerance, learning, judgment. You know, sometimes they have poor judgment. Memory, aggression, addiction, depression. You know, they have all these. So we're going to look at a little clip. I'll show you a little clip on how crystal meth attacks the brain, and why it destroys the brain. So we're going to see a little video here.
Our brains are finely tuned machines. Inside, cells called neurons are constantly communicating to shape how we think, feel, and act. Let's eavesdrop on their conversation. These are the ends of two neurons. The one on the right sends a message, and the one on the left receives it. At first, they look connected, but they are actually separated by a tiny space called a synapse, where messages are relayed. What we'll see next is how we normally experience pleasure. The sending neuron contains dopamine, the brain's pleasure chemical. When something good happens to us, this feel-good chemical is released into the synapse, where it connects with receptors. There, dopamine activates the receiving neuron, which in turn conveys the message onto the next neuron, creating a chain reaction that produces pleasure. After the message is sent, dopamine is recycled by transporters to be reused. This conversation repeating itself again and again gives us the feeling of pleasure. How does meth change our brain? When we use meth, it enters the bloodstream and travels to the reward center of the brain where it invades the sending neuron. Meth causes dopamine to unnaturally leak into the neuron, then spill into the synapse. Making matters worse, meth blocks the transporters, which recycle dopamine back into the sending neuron. This keeps levels abnormally high, overstimulating our brains. We feel a powerful wave of pleasure. The rush can last 8 to 12 hours from just one dose. Meth causes dopamine to flood our receptors. When we stay up, taking more and more meth, we exhaust our dopamine supply. When the regular dose doesn't give us the same rush, we take more. But now when meth reaches the brain, it finds a lot less dopamine. Plus, meth has destroyed transporters. And on the receiving neuron, all that overstimulation we loved has caused receptors to withdraw. So it's just harder to get high. No matter how much meth we use, we can never recapture that first rush.
That was interesting, eh? So that's what meth does to the brain. You know, you have a better picture than what I've explained. You have a better picture how it attacks the brain and how it destroys everything. And unfortunately, like, you know, once meth destroys all those things in your brain, you'll never be normal again. For you young people listening out there, please remember, once all that stuff in your brain is destroyed, you'll never be normal again. So think about it. Think about your life. You know, there's so many things to do in this life that in a day that, you know, I don't even have enough time in 24 hours to do everything that I want to do. I got to leave it for the next day. How many of you that's happened to you? You don't have enough time in one day that you know, oh, tomorrow, right? I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, like, you know. So I don't know how many times I said that, or tomorrow, because I don't have enough time in one day to do everything. So again, like, you know, we were talking about the video, all the stuff that, you know, the meth, all the things that it destroys in your body. Risk of stroke. I was saying that there's a risk of stroke. Dental, cracked teeth. We're going to be having some pictures regarding some of these people, what they look like. And I was saying, I know, I've seen it. I've seen a lot of them. Like, you know, beautiful young women coming into treatment, and the way they look, and it's sad. You know, it's really, really sad. Well, like, you know, it's sad for me because I have daughters, and it's good my daughters, they they're not into drugs or anything. They don't drink. They don't smoke. So I'm really glad that I have good children. I'm lucky. So veins, as I was saying, they have abscess veins. Sometimes the veins bust. Heart, dental, kidney failure, weight loss. As I was saying, weight loss is a big thing for people that are on meth. Increased risk of unprotected sex. You know, a lot of these people, unfortunately, they have HIV. And it's not only from sex, but it's from needles. You know, they share needles. You know, unfortunately, like, you know, they don't have clean needles. I used to work part-time doing work on the street. And we used to give these people needles, clean needles. And this is like a long time ago, about 10 years ago. I used to work on the street, and we used to give these people clean needles and condoms, and also little what Mr. Moore gave out there, information on to get help. Because I was saying that we can't, you know, force people to get off of drugs, so, you know, we can only minimize, like, you know, try and help them with their addiction, like, you know, give them clean needles, right, to minimize the spread of HIV or stuff like that, or other diseases. So that's, I used to work there 4 hours a night. I had many jobs, but that was an interesting job that I had. That I liked it because I got to talk to people, and we would give them coffee, needles, condoms, and I really enjoyed it because I was saying that, you know, these people are nice, very nice, and, you know, for them to get into drugs, and there's all kinds, and there's not only Aboriginal people. There have some professionals. We had a foster parent. She got into drugs, and she ended up with nothing. She lost her house, lost her job, and she was a nurse. She was Caucasian. So it's not only our people. Like, and I'm not pointing a finger at our people, but the reason I'm here is to try to help my people, like the Aboriginal people. You know, I love my people. You know, they're good people. They're resilient. They're strong. So that's one of the reasons that I go into these communities, to try to help my people. So again, a summary of crystal meth effects. As I was saying, insomnia, jaw clenching, teeth grinding if they have teeth, tremors. As I was saying, these people have the tremors, right? They have all these jerky movements. As I was saying, that you'll see them once you know what you're looking for. You'll know right away. You know, I'm not saying you're going to be an expert, but, you know, you're going to know. For example, a little child, right? Little children are nosy. Sometimes when I'm looking for something on the floor, when my grandkids were small, hey, what are you looking for? And then I would tell them, so they would help me look, right? Because now they know what I'm looking for. So they're cute. So any questions so far? So short-term effects of meth. As I was saying, that once somebody gets into meth, you know, this is one of the most hardest drugs that somebody can get off of, crystal meth. Young people that are listening over there, don't get into this. You know, you may not ever get out of doing crystal meth. So please don't try it. You know, you're beautiful young people. There's so much to do in life. Like, you know, if I can relive my life, like, you know, I would try and find more things to do. You know, my life was so short. Like, you know, that I was young yesterday. All of a sudden, I'm old. You know, so there's so much good things to do in life. So the effects of meth. You know, some people they use meth to get this euphoria rush. Oh, happiness. Oh, I feel good. So 50% of the cocaine is removed from the body within 1 hour. It takes 12 hours for 50% of methamphetamine to be removed from your body. So as you can see, like, you know, it takes longer, right? And just imagine, like, you know, all the stuff that we saw there, all that garbage in your system. Any questions? So we're going to be looking at some pictures. Long-term effects. I like this one. So methamphetamine is used regularly over a long period. There is an increased risk of developing psychosis, psychotic symptoms. These symptoms include violent behavior, paranoia, hallucinations and delusions, which poses a risk and challenges to mental health and healthcare professionals. You know, healthcare professionals, you know, sometimes they don't know what they're dealing with because, you know, these people, like, you know, they're really unpredictable. Meth bugs. That's what I was saying. They start digging in the flesh. They think that mentally that there's something in there's bugs in their flesh, so they try and dig them out, and they make holes on their skin, and they're trying to dig out these meth bugs, they call them. So mood swings. You know, they get angry easy, they get irritated easy. And like I said, a lot of them, they have knives, so be careful. In addition to neurological and behavioral effects, continued methamphetamine use is associated with physical effects from poor nutrition and lack of sleep. You know, that's a big one, lack of sleep. You know, I'm sure most of you, including myself, that I didn't sleep for one night. I stayed up the next day. It's really hard on the body, right? You know, I did that too. Like, you know, when I was younger, stayed up all night, and the next day was really hard for me physically. So the next one is the next clip. We're going to be looking at some pictures. So these are long-term effects of meth. But we have more. Seeing beautiful people. Terrible, eh? You know, it's sad. Like I've said, I've seen this all in person. I've seen all this, and it really makes me think. Like, you know, it does. It really, really makes me think deeper and deeper what people do to themselves, and the extent that they go through. Why? Like, you know, my question is why? You know, probably I will never have the answer. You know, I don't have all the answers. You know, I don't know everything about drugs. But what I do know is I'll share with my people to try and prevent more death and, more loss in a community, because our young people are just dying from these things. You know, and it's sad. You know, it really makes me sad. So I guess we'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 1. I hope you're enjoying the presentation. All right, Diego. I guess we'll get started with our presentation here. Before we do, I think Lucy is going to do some draws. I see a pair of mitts there, so I hope I win them. Just kidding, I didn't take a ticket.
Did you guys get tickets? You already didn't give everybody tickets? Go get your tickets. Norman. I'll pick your name. I'm just kidding. Huh? Yeah, he's getting one. So good afternoon. We'll start our presentations in a few minutes. First number 6028, that's for a gift card. 6028. Yura. The lights all went out, Tony. I don't know if you can see your tickets. 6031. 6031. Another gift card. Okay. Hanate o Pamira. Yeah. And then this one is for a prize from the table. You get to pick 6038. 6038. Keep your tickets because we're going to have a draw on Thursday during lunch. So we have a main prize for Thursday, a main door prize. 6038, anybody? Once. 6045. 6045. Somebody that just came in? Oh. Huh. Oh, you can take it, Mitch. Okay.
6045, I'll just leave it. I'll give it to somebody else.
You can take it and go give it to someone else.
Who wants it?
I don't know.
Who wants the gloves?
6038 is the number that we just drew. That nobody claimed. 6038. You got it? Yeah. Pick up the prize here. Yeah. $6037. Jeannie, come and pick a prize from the table. You want? So anything from the table? For your toes, and that goes to that, for your man. So we'll have more draws this afternoon before we go. So we'll continue with the presentation with Norman, and just you this afternoon? Or is he going to help you? Okay, so back to Norman for the afternoon. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lucy. I don't know if my colleague wants to say a few words before we start. Do you want to say a few words?
All right. I told you before that I used to work at an addiction center, and every time a new group would start, people would come in and they're a little bit anxious to be there. Some of them don't really want to be there, and they'll just sit there, look at us, wouldn't say anything. So in order to break the ice with them, I used to walk into the session. Everybody's sitting quietly. First off, all the lights were off. I was wondering what's going on with all the lights. I turned on the light and I looked at everybody. Oh, I said, there you are. You know, there's Aboriginal kind of dark skin and couldn't see them in the dark. But anyway, the other thing that we used to do is I used to tell stories. I'd start off with telling a story. Growing up with my siblings, my younger brother next to me was one age younger than I was. Of course, you know how it is with big brothers and little brothers. Big brother would always be the one to be the boss, and, you know, anytime they need to straighten them out, we'd straighten them out. So, a quick story just before I turn it over to Norman. We used to set out our snares in the wintertime, and we'd walk through the bush and check them. One morning we were walking through the bush and walking along quietly there, checking our snares, and then he says to me, all of a sudden out of the blue, he says to me, I wonder what it feels like to die, he says. It's a really, really heavy question for a little guy like that, eh? We were small, we were young. So I says, I don't know. I said, I don't know what it feels like I don't know what it's like to die. All of a sudden he picks up this big stick about that big, and it's kind of long too. He says, how about if you kill me, he says, hit me with this and kill me, he says, and I'll come back and I'll tell you what it feels like, he says. So me, had a chance to kind of hurt him in some way. I picked up that stick and I hit him over the head really hard. I thought it was really hard, but I didn't kill him. All that did was made him cry, and he ran home, told our mom, and of course I got into trouble for it. Okay, here's Norman.
I better watch him. He might hit me on the head with a stick. Anyway, we'll get back to our presentation. So before we end off, this is some pictures of people doing crystal meth, the effects of meth, which is really sad. Like like I said, I've seen all this stuff when I was working in the treatment center, and I've seen what it can do to people. So that's one of the reasons why I choose to do workshops on drugs, especially hard drugs, and we're losing young people at a really fast rate, and it's really sad that that all these young people they're overdosing and they don't know what they're taking. So as we all know, crystal meth has become an epidemic in Canada, and it also in the United States. But in Canada, there's a lot of people using meth for whatever reason, like we saw that what chemicals are used in meth and brake fluid. That really scares me. Like brake fluid, battery acid, you name it. And so the last picture there, that's the effects of what it can do to people, and it makes people age really, really fast. These people are young. Like my colleague said that we would have people in a treatment center coming in. They're 30 years old, but they really look like 60. They're old, are really old, and yet they're only 30. And it's sad when you see that in person, when you see these people, and they have these jerky movements. So it really makes you think, like you appreciate life more. You see these young people, and they are young, like it's 25, 30, and yet they look so old. So crystal meth is a powerful and addictive stimulant. It is rampant and spreading across Winnipeg. It has reached levels that it is now an epidemic not only in Winnipeg but also other cities in Canada, the United States, but also in our communities. I live in the south, I live in Winnipeg, but my reservation is in the south. And again, that's one of the drugs they choose to use, meth, and it really makes me wonder why, why they do that. I'm baffled by why people would want to hurt themselves like that. So we were explaining it can be smoked, injected. It brings an immediate and intense euphoria, like a rush, oh, I feel good. It makes me feel good, kind of thing. Happiness, but it's just short term. So in order for them to get a rush, and one thing too, the first rush, then the second rush goes lower and lower, and the second, and keeps on going lower and lower. So the video we were watching, they're trying to look for that same rush, but then again, they never get that same rush they had the first time. So the high comes on more gradually producing an elevated tense well-being, increased alertness. So we explained all that, meth, it increases alertness. And I was saying meth has been around for a long time, since World War II. That's where it all originated from World War II. The government was giving that to the soldiers to keep them alert. They don't sleep, and they don't get hungry. And again, just imagine what they were doing to them mentally. When they came back, they were pretty well, all, I guess you can say, all like zombies. So what are the effects? Kind of having a review again, what are the effects? So meth can make a user's body temperature rise to a high that he can pass out or even die. The temperature rises so high, that this person can die. User may feel anxious, confused, be unable to sleep, have mood swings, and become violent. So looks can change dramatically. So we've seen some of the pictures there that, these young people, they're young. But when you look at them already, they look old. And sometimes I see our old people that being living a healthy life, and they're like 80 years old, and they look like 60. They're young, like some of our old people. So, but look at these young people. They're 30, and they already look like 60. So paranoia. Paranoia is one of the biggest factors when people are taking meth. Ago, and I guess he was having a cup of coffee, and he looked out the window, like there's like a field there where he lives on the reserve, and he's seen something black there. Kind of looked like a body. So he called his son up and he told him, "Hey, there's something black there. Go and check what it is." So that boy went to check, and this young boy was there. He was still alive, but his legs were frozen, his hands were frozen. So they rushed him to Winnipeg. I hope they don't cut off his hands. I hope they don't cut off his legs. I didn't ask my brother again, but that was about a week ago or so, or a couple of weeks ago. But I guess apparently that's what he was on. He was on crystal meth. My brother was telling me that he does a lot of meth, crystal meth. So hopefully that he won't lose any limbs. I never wish that these young people. I hope they stop and think about the consequences. The consequences about doing drugs, what the effects or what will happen to them. So again, one of the things here, a meth user is at risk of having contacting HIV, not just through sex, but through needles. They share needles, which is unfortunate. And I was saying when I was working in Winnipeg, I used to work part-time on the street. There was an organization that hired me as a counselor, and we would go on the street and provide needles, clean needles, to addicts or condoms or stuff like that to try and prevent more spread damage on HIV or even other diseases, right? So if we have to help them somehow, even though they can't quit, we have to try and help them in however we can. So one of the things that, what are the signs somebody's using meth? So one of the things that I didn't put in there is out of respect for women. I didn't put prostitution there. Like, I didn't feel right putting it there. But it's not just women, it's men too. Like, there's men prostitution too. So I didn't want to put that there out of respect. Like, that there's many other things that could be considered. Signs, we all seen it, not caring about your personal appearance, grooming, your hygiene. Sometimes people don't care. They start dressing up dirty. Their hair is messy. I hope somebody doesn't think I'm doing drugs because my hair is always messy. So anyway, obsessive picking at hair or skin. I seen it. They roll up their hair and sometimes they're chewing on their hair, and it's you'll notice. Like I said, when after this presentation, you'll start to notice things. you're not going to be an expert, but, even myself, I'm not an expert, but, I notice things sometimes on the street. And as I was saying, sometimes I go and play nightclubs, but I only go and play nightclubs for, financial reasons. So, but I don't drink, and after I play, then I go home. So, but I see all of the dysfunction sometimes, and it really makes me think when I see even alcoholism, like why, like why this, why that. I have so many unanswered questions in my mind, and by all means, I'm not perfect in any way. I make mistakes like everybody else, but I try to be a role model for my people, and also for my grandkids. I try to be a role model, and I love my native people, so I never look down on them, no matter what kind of condition they're in. They're special people, and they've been through a lot. Our people, they've been through a lot. So don't criticize them. We've been through a lot. Every one of you've been through a lot. So just pat yourself on the back, and you did a good job, and you're still alive. So loss of appetite, weight loss, dilated pupils, rapid eye movement. That's another thing, that's another thing I forgot to mention. One of the things you'll see, these people, they grab their mouth like this, and they blink a mile a minute. The reason for that is crystal meth dries up your system. So you don't have any saliva in your mouth. So that's why they keep on going like this. Because the meth dries up your system. And they blink because meth, your eyes are dry now from that meth. It dries up your system. That's one thing I forgot to mention. And we've seen the rotten teeth on the pictures. When meth users, when they use meth, then they don't have that saliva in their mouth anymore. Then it rots your teeth. Like when you're awake, the saliva starts working in your mouth, so it protects your teeth. And that's why you have to brush your teeth before you go to bed, because the saliva in your mouth stops working, right? And that's when your teeth rot. I did my research very careful when I was doing research on meth. So that's one of the things that meth can do to you. It'll dry up your system. But not only that, you'll there's other more dangerous stuff that can happen to you when you're using meth. As we've seen, heart attack and stroke, your veins busting. So strange sleeping patterns, we kind of cover that. Staying up for days, even weeks at a time. When I used to go to work early in the morning, I would see these people walking on the street, and it used to make me wonder, they probably stayed up all night. I used to cross town, my work sometimes, I had to cross the bad area, and sometimes I would see these people walking. Jerky erratic movements, twitching. So I was saying that jerky movements, sometimes people, their head twitches like this. I guess they don't have any control, so their head keeps on going like that. And I've seen that when I work in a treatment center. These people would come in, and again, that'll probably never stop. I don't know, like, I'm not a doctor, but once you damage something in your system, and then you'll probably have it for the rest of your life. As we've seen the video, the clip where those receptors are destroyed. So just imagine what else is it destroying in your brain, right? So borrowing money, selling possessions, or stealing. Lucy kind of mentioned that people are selling their stuff, and I've seen it. Stuff there, or you see all these people coming in a pawn shop, right? I like going to pawn shops. Like, you never know what you're going to find. Sometimes I see people, they're coming into pawn shops, pawning this, pawning that, even their rings, pawning their rings, their watches, you name it, gold chains, tools, they pawn tools. So you name it, guitars, amplifiers. So angry outburst, mood swings, psychotic behavior and paranoia, hallucinations. When I was working in a treatment center, I don't know if Alan was at work that time, but we were upstairs, so we can see everything from upstairs. We seen this young girl imagining fighting somebody on the street. We were watching her for about 10, 15 minutes. So she's fighting with somebody, but there's nobody there, right? So she's rolling around on the grass, rolling around on the street. Sometimes she'll almost get run over. And she's just fighting with somebody, but there's nobody there, right? There's just only her there. So she's fighting, and we can hear her talking because we had the windows open. We could hear her talking, and but there's nobody there. She's fighting with nobody, but she's fighting somebody. So psychotic behavior. So in my research, one of the most hardest things to treat is crystal meth. I don't think that, from my point of view, I'm not a doctor or anything, but from my point of view, I don't think that there's any kind of treatment that, this is my point of view, that would help somebody. Because what I've seen was, sometimes people quit for a while and then they get into it again. I've never seen somebody quit 100%. I've never ever seen that. Unfortunately, I've never seen it. So meth addiction is one of the most hardest drugs addiction to treat, but it can be done. What I found was there's a treatment center in Alberta, but you have to go for 2 years. You have to stay there for 2 years. And I'm just wondering, in those 2 years, are you going to be okay? If you know someone with a problem, don't try and help them yourself. Users need professional counseling or drug treatment program. The powerful rush people get from using meth causes many to get hooked right away from the start. If you use meth once, it says you might quit or you might continue. But if you use it twice, it says if you use it twice, that's it. You're not going to quit. You're going to keep on using it. If you use meth twice, that's it. The powerful rush people get from using meth causes many to get hooked from the start. When it's used, a chemical called dopamine fluids, the parts from the brain that regulate feeling of pleasure. Users also feel confident and energetic. A user can become addicted quickly as soon finds he will do anything to have the rush again. So people think they will have the same rush they had the first time, but every time they use it, it gets lower and lower and lower. And they'll never get that first rush that they first had the first time they use it. That'll never happen. So the next clip is, I didn't write this poem. A 17-year-old girl wrote this poem. And the reason that she wrote it, it took everything. She's now in prison. I don't know what she did, but she's now in prison. But it took everything from her. So she wrote this poem here. This was written by a 17-year-old Caucasian girl. Crystal meth poem. My name is Meth. I destroy homes. I tear families apart, take your children, and that's just the start. I am more costly than diamonds, more precious than gold. The sorrow I will bring in a sight to behold. If you need me, remember I am easily found. I have all around you, in schools and in town. I live with the rich, I live with the poor, I live down the street from you. And maybe next door, I'm made in a lab, but not like you think. I can be made under the kitchen sink, in your child's closet, and even in the woods. If this scares you to death, well, it certainly should. I have many names, but there's one you know best. I'm sure you've heard of me. My name is Crystal Meth. My power is awesome. Try me, you'll see. But if you do, you may never break free. Just try me once, and I might let you go. But try me twice, and I'll own your soul. When I possess you, you'll steal and you'll lie. You do what you have to just to get high. The crimes you'll commit for my narcotic charms will be worth the pleasure you'll feel in your arms, your lungs, your nose. You'll lie to your mother, you'll lie to your father or your dad. When you see their tears, you should feel sad. But you'll forget your morals and you'll see how you were raised. I'll be your conscience. I'll teach you my ways. I'll take your kids from parents and parents from kids. I turn people from God and sometimes friends. I'll take them I'll take everything from you, your looks, your pride. I'll be with you always, right by your side. You'll give up everything, your family, your home, your friends, your money, then you'll be alone. I'll take and take till you have nothing more to give. When I'm finished with you, you'll be lucky to live. If you try me, be warned, this is not a game. If given a chance, I'll drive you insane. I'll ravish your body, I'll control your mind, I'll own you completely. Your soul will be mine. The nightmares I'll give while you lie in bed, the voices you'll hear from inside your head, the sweats, the shakes, the visions you'll see. I want you to know these are all gifts from me. But then, too late, and you'll know in your heart that you are mine, and we shall not part. You'll regret that you tried me, they always do. But you came to me, not I to you. You knew this would happen. Many times you were told, but you challenged my power, and you choose to behold. You could have said no and just walked away. If you could live that day over now, what would you say? I'll be your master. You'll be my slave. I'll even go with you when you go to the grave. Now that you have met me, what will you do? Will you try me or not? It's up to you. I can bring you more misery than words can tell. Come take my hand. Let me lead you to hell. So that was written by a 17-year-old girl. She's now in prison. So I don't really know what crime she committed. But, be warned that meth is one of the most dangerous drug anybody can take. So that can close this part of the session, and we'll have a 15-minute break, and we'll look at another presentation. All right, Egose.
Ticket draws. Huh? Yeah. Ticket number 6033. 6033. That's one. 6035. Two. You pick one from the table. 6033. You can pick one from the table. Oh no, you take this. Yeah. 35. Yeah. Okay, you pick something from the table. Salt and pepper shakers. 6021. 6021. Oh, big one. This is for a $50 gift card. For the $50 gift card, 6036. 6036. Oh, must have been a doctor, eh? Or a camp?
That was Bobby.
No,
What a doctor.
Cam. 6036. Oh, sorry, Christine. You won today, so one a day. Sorry. 6022. 6022. There's your gift card. Keep your ticket. So that's all for the draws today. So we'll continue with the presentation with Norman, but keep your tickets for the main draw for Thursday. We'll have the final draws. Oh, go look for them then. I'm just kidding. Sorry, but yesterday's tickets, you can throw them away, but keep the ones today and tomorrow. And we'll put them into the main draw for Thursday. At lunchtime, we'll have a main door prize on Thursday during lunch. Okay? So we'll continue with the presentation with Norman. Oh, your power went off? Okay, so we'll just wait for the power to come back on. So if you're listening out there, come tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start at 10, Norman? 10 o'clock. We'll start tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock again. So he's going to finish off his presentation for this afternoon. So with the presentations that Norman brought for us this week, Norman and Christopher. Apparently Christopher's name is Alan for the ladies. No, his name is Christopher Allen, and apparently he uses Alan, so. So come tomorrow for the presentation on, I can't remember what the presentation is on for tomorrow. Norman? Stages of change. Okay, tomorrow's presentation is on stages of change. That's on Wednesday. Tomorrow, starting at 10 o'clock. And there's coffee. Somebody made coffee. Thank you, Mary. And whoever else made coffee, thank you. See, if there's no coffee, just go ahead and make it. Make it the way you like it. Thank you. It's coming back on. There you go. Okay, here's Norman.
So in this presentation, this is called Trank. This is a new one. You know, every year we organized crime comes up with new ones, right? So catching up to them, like, you know, sometimes it's pretty hard because they're always coming up with new drugs, like Trank. In Vancouver, I usually keep close track on these drugs because I want to know what they are too. So I keep a close tab on them. So this is a new one, Trank. So the reason why it's called Trank, it's an animal tranquilizer. So again, you can just imagine somebody pumping animal tranquilizer in their system. But this one is really dangerous. I did research on it. The reason I did research on it because in the news, like, you know, they didn't know what this drug was. So I wanted to find out what this drug is, because the reason I was so curious because the antidote, the naloxone or Norcan, it wasn't working. When people overdose, it wasn't working. Like, these people just expired, right? They just died. They tried to give them Norcan. They tried to give them naloxone. So it wasn't working. And so they were baffled. Like, and they were wondering, what's this new drug? They were searching and searching, and they finally found that it's an animal tranquilizer that these people are using. So we'll see what it is, and we'll see what it does. And like I said, I wanted to find out what it was, because as I said, I work with a lot of different organizations. I'm independent, so they hire me and then I go and do workshops for them. So in terms of prevention, I wouldn't want anybody to get hurt, like, you know, but unfortunately, you know, people are trying it, people are doing it. So Trank, this is a new drug, and there's no antidote for it. Once you overdose, that's it. There's people are going to die. Trank has become a bigger part of street fentanyl supply. The reason for fentanyl, again, organized crime put fentanyl in there. They put fentanyl in there, but then the antidote doesn't work because of the animal tranquilizer. The wounds left behind are killing people. Heroin was edged out by the most powerful synthetic opioid, fentanyl. Heroin used to be a popular drug. Well, it still is. Heroin is still popular. Heroin is, there's more morphine mixed in there. If you look it up, there's morphine mixed into heroin. And as I was saying, it's mostly for cancer patients, heroin. So it was edged out by the most powerful, more powerful opioid, fentanyl. But fentanyl effects don't last as long as heroin. And so xylazine was added to street fentanyl to give it legs, meaning to give it more power, like xylazine. That's the animal tranquilizer. That's the fancy name for it. Xylazine. So examples, 90%. So trank, xylazine. That's the same, that trank, that's a tranquilizer. Xylazine. So what can we do if we think there is trank in your dope? Right? So we, like I said, we can't stop people from doing drugs. You know, we could only try and help them however we can to minimize, you know, death and all that. So maybe, you know, not to help them, but, you know, to try and watch them, like, you know, however we can, try and help them however we can. Xylazine called trank. So xylazine is not approved for humans. Well, of course not, right? It's an animal tranquilizer. But it's widely available for veterinarians to sedate large animals like horses. Like an opioid, it can kill pain, but it cannot be reversed with Narcan, also known as naloxone, which is used to treat opioid overdoses. That's fentanyl, like, you know, that's what they use on fentanyl overdoses, is Narcan and naloxone. So one of the most deadly side effects is xylazine can cause large wounds that won't heal. And we're going to be looking at some pictures on the wounds that it can cause. And it gets more interesting. Again, there's a street name for this, but I won't tell you what it is. And we'll have a look at it. There's because all these drugs, they have street names, eh? So there's a street name for this one. Maybe somebody knows what it is. Anybody know what the street name is for trank? Nobody? Well, I won't tell you. We'll have a look at it. There's a name for it that out on the street. So it can kill pain, but it cannot be reversed with Narcan, also known as naloxone, which is used to treat opioid overdoses. And I was saying now it's fentanyl. Xylazine can cause large wounds that won't heal no matter where you inject it, and they can appear even if you snort it or smoke it. Infections are common and even lead to amputation. So the thing with this drug here, xylazine, is once you get these wounds, you know, once you get these wounds, you have to go to the doctor. They won't heal by themselves. You have to go to the hospital, you know, and then you probably have to stay in the hospital. And they won't heal by themselves, and they'll only get worse. And once they get worse, then what, amputation? Again, that's people making these choices, these bad choices. You know, somebody will tell them, well, why don't you try this? Scary, eh? So like I said, I don't make up this stuff. If you don't believe me, like I said, you can do the research, look it up. I'm only here to try and prevent, to try and help my people. You know, I love my Aboriginal people. They're really good people. funny people. I enjoy talking to them. So infections are common and can even lead to amputation. There, that's a street name for it. The zombie drug. So that's what they call trank on the street, the zombie drug. Because people walk around like zombies. Once they inject that trank into their system, well, they can smoke it also. As I was saying, these people are really smart. They know how to use it, different ways how to use it. They can smoke it, inject it. So trank is mixed with fentanyl and xylazine, an animal sedative commonly used for livestock like horses and cows. An emerging street drug trank dope has sparked serious new health concerns as users have reportedly seen their own skin rot as a side effect. Xylazine and synthetic stimulant are also known by street name Flakka, and also known as the zombie drug. That's the street name, zombie drug. You'll hear it in the news, it's becoming more and more common. More and more people are trying it, and I guess probably they don't realize the side effects they're going to have. Side effects. The side effects, like trank, walk zombie, as I was saying, they walk around like zombies, where people seem unaware of their surroundings along with sores and wounds. The smell of rotting flesh from open infectious wounds. We're going to look at some pictures on the next clip, and you'll see these open rotting. I guess from what I read from my research, the smell of rotting flesh, I guess, you could actually really smell a person. I guess that thing smells really bad, I guess, is from what I read in my research. I guess, the smell is really, really terrible. Some users say that they feel ashamed of the state of their bodies, but more feel a sense of urgency. They need help. The wounds are killing them. So in the next clip, there's wounds. I hope you don't mind looking at some of these clips. Some of these clips are graphic, so I do apologize for that. But that it's better we know what these things look like. We know what we're dealing with. That's the most important part. That we know if we ever come across it, we won't be in shock, right? Because we already learned, what to expect. So here are the open wounds. See, it could be any place, on the arm, on the legs. It doesn't matter how they take it, if they smoke it, or if they inject it. It doesn't really matter. See, once they get these, they're not going to heal by themselves, even if they quit the drug. Those things are not going to heal. They have to go and see the doctor. They have to go to the hospital. And, I know in Winnipeg, for example, if you go to emergency, how many hours are you there? 10 hours? 8 hours? You're there for a long time. So you have to have a long wait if you're going to go to the hospital for something. So that's what the wounds look like. That's from trank. And if you have any questions, by all means, I'll be more than happy to try and answer your question. So xylazine in Canada Street, the Canadian Infology Network on the drug use CCEDN, the definition is down here. Used its own alert last July, identifying an emergency presence of xylazine in a small number of opioid samples tested in BC, Manitoba, Quebec, and Nova Scotia, and also Manitoba. So again, we were saying that, like Joan said, that they're mixing, they're crushing these things, and they're mixing all that stuff. That's true. That's what they're doing. So that's why they're finding samples in other opioids. They're finding xylazine in a small number of opioids. Right now, it's a small number of opioids, but how about in the future? Say next year or 2 years from now. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. And this is a street on a street. And they keep on mixing other stuff in there to make it last longer, to make it more stronger, maybe. Or sometimes to have just to have a sale. Because it's all about money. It's not about, oh, I'll help these people or my people. It's not about that. It's all about money. So drugs are getting more and more scary, and again, 2024, there's lots and lots of tools today. Like, we can purchase anything we want and just go to Amazon or something. You can practically buy anything you want. Since then, its presence in Canada has grown according to drug test samples and coroner's report in BC and Ontario. So this was in Vancouver for a long time. Well, not a long time, at least about a year before they were trying to find out what this drug was. And they were using Norcan, naloxone, but it wasn't working. The people just overdosed, and that was it. And then again, there was these open sores, open wounds. So they didn't know what this was, and now they found out what it is. So they're warning people. This is in Winnipeg already. This drug is in Winnipeg. If it's in Winnipeg, who knows? It's probably in our communities, right? In my hometown, they're starting to use needles. And they're starting to find needles, more and more needles in my hometown. And as I said, they're sharing needles, right? Which makes it even more dangerous for HIV. So we have to try and educate our young people more and more. Education is one of the first steps to in prevention. So that's why I'm here for education purposes, right? To try and educate communities, these new drugs coming out. And that's what I told one of my friends, a new drug again, during the COVID epidemic. I told him, whatever you do, don't use Purple Down. What does he do? He goes and does Purple Down. And he overdosed. And I told him about 8 hours before that, don't use Purple Down. So it's sad when people don't listen. Like, it's really sad. So anyway, so the coroner's report in BC and Ontario and probably Manitoba, because this is a new drug, but like I said, it's in Winnipeg already. So if it's in Winnipeg, more than likely it's in our community already, because it travels fast. The use of diazine in the illicit drug market was first detected in Puerto Rico. This is back in 2000 and has been reported in North America. In the USA, this drug is considered an emergency threat and is now involved in 7% of all overdoses deaths in the country. This was reported in the US a couple of years ago, but it made its way to Canada, to Montreal and also to Vancouver, and they're really, from my research, they're really looking at this close because I think that it's probably bigger than what we think, right? It's probably bigger than what we think. It's probably bigger than what they say, should I say. So can you withdraw from diazine? Of course you can, right? Because it's mixed with fentanyl. Diazine withdrawal is often marked as irritability, anxiety, and a feeling of unease. It may also cause a rapid heart rate and high blood pressure. So these are not always present. People have different side effects. Side effects don't affect all of us in the same way. There's always different side effects. So what to do if you suspect overdose? Again, excuse me. Again, if somebody's overdosing on diazine, unfortunately, I said that there's no antidote for it. Fentanyl is not working, and also Narcan is not working. So it's sad that sometimes we feel hopeless, to try to help these people. That's how I feel sometimes when I think about my niece. I wish that there was some way that I can reach her, but it's impossible. And I wish there was a magic way to talk to her. So if someone is overdosing on fentanyl or another opioid, call 911 immediately for emergency medical assistance. That's all we can do is call 911. So they can take over from there. Use naloxone, a drug that can temporarily reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. Naloxone wears off in 20 to 30 minutes to 90 minutes, so it is important to seek further medical attention. Give the person another dose of naloxone if signs and symptoms do not appear or even they reappear. Stay until the emergency services arrive. That's for professionals, right? For first responders, stay until the emergency services arrive. So that's the presentation for this one. This one is a short one, so I'll have a 5-minute break, and we'll look at Purple Down. That's another new drug. Like I said, I'm just educating you on the new drugs. And one of these days, you will find, one of these new drugs in your community. And but education is the most effective way to deal with these things. So, because you already know about it, and so education is always the first step to helping people. So we'll have a 5-minute break, and I'll show you the drug Purple Down. All right, Eguse. Okay, that was long, 5 minutes. So we'll get started with our presentation. This is a short one too, Purple Down. Again, during COVID, our people, the police were coming across this drug. And again, they didn't know what it was. This is in Winnipeg. So people were overdosing at a high number on something that was purple. So, which is called Purple Down. And again, there's street names for it, Purple on the street. So there was a really high number of overdoses in Winnipeg during COVID times. So we'll have a look at why that happened. So it says here, don't play Russian roulette with your life. These are focusing on people doing drugs, right? And that's what I told my friend. I said, you know, whatever you do, don't try Purple Down. And what does he do? He goes and do it, and he passed. You know, I feel bad, like, you know, but, you know, we can only do so much. New dog on the street. On the street, it's called down, sometimes purple or yellow. It has many names for a dangerous mix of fentanyl and heroin that has taken a hold among users in Winnipeg and Northern Ontario. So it's mixed with fentanyl and heroin. This is mostly fentanyl and heroin mixed together. A tiny bag costs about $30, and a hit can cost as cheap as $5, along with the risk of death. Heroin. See, like, you know, there's a diagram. This is like a diagram. Morphine, like, you know, because heroin is really mixed with morphine. And this is, heroin is a drug to help people with cancer. But then again, you know, drug users, they started abusing, you know, the drug, right? So heroin, it's really mixed in with morphine. Now it gets worse. They're mixing a fentanyl in there. So what is heroin? Heroin is an opioid drug made from morphine. And morphine is really made from poppy flowers that grow in Mexico. These flowers grow in Mexico. They don't grow in Canada because it's too cold here, but they do grow in Mexico. So they use those poppy seeds to make morphine. So that's where it comes from. A natural substance taken from the seed pod of the various opium poppy plants right there. Grown in Southeast and Northwest Asia, Mexico, and Colombia. So that's where that flower comes from. Southeast and Northwest Asia, Mexico, and Colombia. Heroin can be a white or brown powder or black sticky substance known as a black tar heroin. That black tar heroin, if you ever look at it, I don't know if you've ever seen it, it's like black, and it's a black substance. Like, it comes in many colors. I don't think they have that black substance in New Zealand. Only we have that substance in Canada. So black powder or black sticky substance known as a black tar heroin. People inject, again, they can inject it, sniff it, snort it, or smoke heroin. Some people mix heroin with crack cocaine. And with crack cocaine, like we all know that again, it comes in chunks, could come in liquid, they can smoke it. And crack cocaine kind of works like meth. It kind of like looks the same, and it's kind of like the same substance, but they're two different things: crack cocaine and meth. So, like I said, they can inject it, sniff it, or snort it, smoke it. A practice called speedballing, a crack cocaine practice called speedballing. Speedballing means like, when they mix other substances in there. The effects of heroin. Heroin enters the brain rapidly and binds to opioid receptors. The receptors we were looking at on the video kind of works the same way, right? There's receptors and there's a little thing on those things, so it kind of works the same way. Like these drugs, they attack receptors in the brain, and a lot of times it gives people this high, and they're always looking for that high, right? So opioid receptors on cells located in many areas, especially those involved in feelings of pain and pleasure, and pleasure and in controlling heart rate, sleeping and breathing. Heroin is used recreationally because it produces intense feeling of euphoria and relaxation. So a lot of people use heroin, like as to relax or to be happy, but it's not good for you, right? Sometimes people, they overdose because there's other stuff mixed in there. Dependent individuals use it to feel normal and avoid withdrawal symptoms. It works by affecting brain receptors involved in reward, pleasure, and the perception of pain. The chemical modification of morphine molecule to produce dopamine has produced a drug that crosses the blood-brain barrier more quickly than morphine. This produces a rapid rise in brain levels of the drug and what calls a rush. So as you can see that morphine is mixed in there in the heroin, but this produces a high rise in brain levels of drug and what users call a rush. The danger of heroin, in the United States, in Philadelphia, this is one of the biggest problems they have in Philadelphia. Heroin. That's number one drug in America, in Philadelphia, heroin. It is addictive and there is a high risk of overdose and death from using it. Sometimes people don't know what they're taking. I used to counsel one girl, and actually she was Aboriginal, and I asked her, she was taking needles. So I asked her the question, when you take needles when you're high, don't you get scared? And then she said that when she's sober, she's afraid, so she doesn't take needles. But once she starts to get high, she said, I don't care what I take, she said, and I just inject it. I said, isn't there a gauge there or anything? And then she said, no. she just puts it in the old way, like, you know, the drug, and injects it. She said, I'm at a point where I don't care, and I just inject it. And a lot of times this is where overdose happens when people are high, because I've seen people that are drinking alcohol and they take a bunch of pills to try and get a high. I've seen it. In addition, sharing drug injection equipment and having impaired judgment from a drug use can increase the risk of contacting infectious diseases such as HIV and hepatitis C. Injections, drug use, HIV, and hepatitis. So that's what I was saying, that you know, these people, they share needles. And I did ask her that too, like, you know, them sharing needles. And she said, when you're high, you don't care. You don't think about these things, and you just pass the needle on to the next person, or the next person will pass the needle over to you, and you'll use the same needle. So what does heroin look like? Common in the U.S., black tar heroin is rarely found in Europe. No, that's what I was saying, that black tar heroin is rarely found in Europe. It is made using a crude technique which results in it consisting mainly of drugs that are partway between heroin and morphine. 3-MMA, 6-MMA, it resembles tar, being black or very dark brown. It can also be white, ranging from gooey to crumbly. Crumbly means, you know, sometimes they have heroin that breaks up easy. It's not like a rock, like, you know, what they use. It crumbles easy. It's crumbly. Please note, it can be smoked, injected. Through it is considered particularly damaging to inject. So this is what it makes it so dangerous. This drug here, fentanyl, that is the number one killer, fentanyl. So heroin becoming drug of choice for some users. Again, in the United States, this is a really big problem, heroin. You know, it's like in Canada, it's like crystal meth. In the States, heroin, you know, some people lost everything. They have nothing, all kinds, you know, black people, Caucasian people. The deadly drug is quickly taking over meth as one of the most popular street drugs on meth supplies. When they ran out during the COVID pandemic, excuse me, and during the pandemic, you probably don't know, they ran out of meth, you know, meth users, because we had borders all over, right? So meth was getting harder and harder to find during the COVID pandemic, because they had roadblocks all over. So this is one of the reasons why they came up with heroin with Purple Down. A drug called Purple Down, that's one of the reasons why they came out with it. Trafficking routes were cut off during COVID-19. Border closures. The police were making it difficult for meth. The police were making significant meth seizures. People were trying to smuggle, during COVID times, people were trying to smuggle meth into you know, our country or into Manitoba, and they were getting caught. So there was a lot of meth seizures during COVID-19. And this is why, they developed Purple Down, because they were running out of meth. So if it's not this, they always come up with new ones, right? This, that. So it's always a new one. Probably next year again we'll have a new one. I'll be back here with something new again, probably. So our facts, the Canadian Institute of Health Information said there was an 82% increase in opioid deaths in the country during the first 6 months of the COVID pandemic. This was in the news. I don't know if you heard it or not. In Winnipeg, they didn't know what this drug was. Again, it took them a while to figure out what this drug was. But during the pandemic, there was a high number of overdoses in Winnipeg. Overdose this, overdose that. There was a lot. I don't know what the 82% increase in opioid deaths in the country. But that probably not just in Winnipeg. There was a lot of overdoses in Winnipeg alone during the pandemic. The increase in overdoses in Winnipeg over the last 2 years can be attributed to Purple Down. So the last 2 years, if you calculate that's 2022, 2021, 2022. There was during that time there was a lot of overdoses. If you go back and do the research and the math, there was a lot of overdoses during that time, 2021, 2022, and it was linked to heroin mixed with fentanyl, which is called Purple Down. So Purple Down, for those who are generally living in poverty and are out there, have moved to the next drug of choice, which has become fentanyl and heroin, essentially known as Purple Down. That was a street name for it, Purple Down, and down, that's what they called it. So it wasn't the police that gave that name or the government, it was the street people that gave that name, Purple Down, because they kept on finding overdoses and they kept on finding this drug and they didn't know what it was. So this is what it was. A very, very dangerous brew. It's playing Russian roulette with their life. New synthetic drug leading to more overdoses during the COVID-19 pandemic in Winnipeg. I remember this time that because like I said, I get curious about these things and I start doing research on them, and I find that more and more. But what I found in my research is fentanyl. They're starting to mix fentanyl with everything, and fentanyl is coming from Asia into Vancouver, then moved down across from BC to the other provinces. So how dangerous is Purple Down? This opioid works by targeting opioid receptors in the brain and changing how the brain and nervous system responds to pain. Street fentanyl is usually found to be much more dangerous than prescription fentanyl, because it's dangerous because it's not monitored. Street fentanyl, it's not monitored like medical fentanyl. Like, for example, medical marijuana, right? I guess it's safe to use. I've never used it, medical marijuana, but street marijuana could be much more dangerous because we don't know what's in there. Oftentimes, people who are producing Purple Down mix it with other drugs such as heroin or cocaine. Fentanyl, mixing these drugs together increases the euphoria effect of feeling of rush and therefore increases the danger of overdose. many individuals buying purple down do not know that it has been mixed with fentanyl. See, many individuals buying purple down do not know it has been mixed with fentanyl and other drugs, and therefore unaware of the increased dangers to an overdose. Drug overdose, purple lips or nails, dizziness and confusion, can be woken up, choking, gurgling, or snoring sounds. The snoring sounds, what they mean, like, like I guess, they're trying to catch their breath. I've never seen it, but from my research, this is what I found. Slow, weak, or no breathing. I know what that is, like, slow, weak, or no breathing. Because I was saying what fentanyl does to your system, it lowers your blood pressure and it lowers your heart rate. So it lowers your blood pressure, and eventually, like I said, you will expire. Drowsiness or difficulty staying awake, that's a sign of overdose. So thank you for listening to me. This is just a short clip that I developed during the pandemic. I was curious what this drug was, to try and find out for myself what this drug was that they were talking about. People were overdosing left and right in Winnipeg, and I knew some people that overdosed on it. So. So thank you for listening, and I'll give it back to Lucy. And here's Lucy. I think she's going to do some draws. No more draws, eh? She ran out of goodies. Okay, thank you.
Where's your prize? I'll give it away. Just kidding. So once again, we want to thank you for doing your presentation, for coming to our community, and also sharing your knowledge to our people here in Norway House. So if you're listening out there, there's another day tomorrow from 10 o'clock to approximately 3 o'clock, right, Norman? Tomorrow again. And then on Thursday, we'll do closing remarks, and Norman has presentations to do on Thursday morning. And then at 12 o'clock, we'll have lunch again on Thursday. So tomorrow all day again from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And those of you that out there, we're providing rides. You can call 359-4245. TAP drivers picking up if you want to join us here at the multiplex at the auditorium. So come on down and come and listen tomorrow. We do have prizes to give away too. For those of you that were here today, keep your tickets for the final door prize for Thursday. We're going to put all the tickets together. Norton has donated a grand door prize. So if you can make sure you keep your tickets on hand. And also tomorrow, hopefully, if you can come back, bring a friend or friends, your relatives, bring somebody with you or people with you. Preferably adults. So we would like adults to hear this information, and also teens. So if you can make your way here tomorrow from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And tomorrow's presentation is on stages of change. And we can add to that, right, Norman? And he can add to that. And also the presentation that was done today on the on Purple Down. We got information this week. I think it was this week or last week. Anyways, you know, Gabby's. There's, you know, it's going around in our community here in Norway House. That is not just here, it's all over. And the street drug that Norman was sharing about, the Purple Down. So here they're called Gabby's, right? So last week, I don't know where the Gabby's are coming from, probably from Winnipeg. And there's 600 grams for one pill. And for someone to take that all day long, like for example, 10 to 20 pills. 10 to 20 pills, 10 times 600 is 6,000 grams. Right through the day. And that's not good for your health, your heart. That's way too much, especially when it's not being prescribed by a doctor. It hasn't been told to us that this is one of the reasons we've been losing a lot of our people here in Norway House. I'll let you think about that. Because for me, it's killing our people. The drugs, especially the high opioid grams of, especially the Gabbies. So that was alarming to hear that last week, and it makes your heart rate go faster, and it depends on your body mass. So if you're smaller and you're taking the Gabbies, it'll take less time for your lifespan. So if you're listening, please be careful what you're taking. Please be careful what you're giving these people. Please be careful what you're selling to our people. And people, please don't just watch what you take. We know we can't be everywhere, but at least you're given that information. We're giving you the information to share it with your young people and also your children and your family members. So So Norman is going to do a presentation. He's going to add to his presentation tomorrow on opioids with Gabbies and all the other kind of meds or non-prescribed drugs. So with that, we want to thank you for being here and thank you for coming again today. Please come tomorrow and bring somebody with you. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.